I sound distant because I am. I'm far, far down below there now. Don't worry, I'm here. Me and Ted weren't expecting them to start so soon. Hang on.
Yeah, brilliant. How are you?
Yeah, good. You guys all right?
Yeah, fantastic. Good times. Yeah,
I'll keep an eye on this bit of sleep about 3 weeks. You guys all right? Have a good New Year?
yeah, did you, mate?
Yeah. Good one.
New Year's.
On the last stream, did we show you?
Have a good day.
Yeah, you too as well.
And I'm sure we'll see you knocking about.
Yes. All right, take care, boys. See ya. Oh, I must be mad to be up here, man. Seriously, it's -2. I think Marham was the coldest. Welcome, by the way. I think Marham was the coldest place to be anywhere in England, I think, or even Britain, I think. I'm not sure. It registered -12.5 degrees on, when was it? On the 6th. Goodness me, now that's a little bit chilly, especially for young bears. Oh dear. Welcome to the show. Yeah, I'm just setting up still. I wasn't expecting them, because you may have noticed that the time changed. Oh, look at these. Sorry, but you've got to have a look at this. Look at that. That's what we're talking about today. That, oh, We're going to get some cool shots, I think. Brilliant. Right, let's keep it there for a minute. I'll just go and get Teddy. Teddy's just finishing off his salmon, bless him. Right, what are you doing? Ted, you right there, mate? Right, Ted's got their flag. Not even ready, Ted. Come on. Organised chaos is the Ted Coningsby channel at the moment. So it is. I haven't even had a cup of tea. What's going on? What's going on? I'm nearly there, I'm just getting a couple of bits and pieces sorted. Right, I've got my tea. Ted's looking at me in distress here now. He's like, don't worry, Ted, I'll sort it out. I'll sort it out. I'm only, I'm only in control of the channel, you know what I mean? Oh, this is hilarious. At the moment, I ain't ready, Teddy. Ted, I'm sorry, mate. So, well, let's get Nick's flag anyway. There in a second. Welcome to RAF Marham. What's going on round here now? Oh goodness me. Oh, it's Nick, what's and Ted doing here now? Oh, they doing here. They're not even ready there now. Well, I might as well do me perimeter checks if those two aren't ready. Goodness me. My name's Reggie, part of the Ted Coningsby channel. Nicholas and Ted ain't ready yet, so we'll have to just make do with me. That's it, we're working with the MPGS there now in the guard room, doing our perimeter checks. That's right, we work together, make sure it's all good. Listen to a bit of music, you know. Hello, you say music there, young sir. Oh, hello there, Wiggy, haven't seen you for a while there now. Yes, well, you said music. Music is good for your ears. Or your ear, depends where you're from. Yes, you must listen to music. It's very good for you, you know. Yes, far. My name's Wingy. I used to be a wing commander, you know. What are you listening to then? Well, you know, a bit of Coldplay, a bit of Jimmy Nail, there, no, a bit of Belinda Carlisle. She's my favourite, and Sonia. Oh, lovely. But the thing is, you've got to listen to posh music. Posh music there now. What kind of genre is posh music there now? Posh music. Yes. The likes of Yogi Bear. Yogi Bear? I didn't even know he released an album now. Yes, he did. His greatest hits by Yogi Bear and Boo Boo. Yes, this is what I call fine music. Joanna, pass me my vinyl. Thank you. Oh, I'll get it myself. Where's he going there now? Oh, I've never heard of Yogi Bear doing the greatest hits here now. There it is. Yogi Bear's greatest hits. Far, far, far. Available on vinyl. Goodbye. Oh dear, it's going to be one of those days today. Goodbye, everyone. I'm off to go and get some chicken. Never too late for a bit of kebab. Goodbye there now. Right, we ready, Ted? We're ready, Teddy. Okay, we're ready. Let me just put this my vinyl away. Welcome to RAF Marham. Oh, goodness me. Right, apologies for my my late start. We're on time. We said 9 o'clock, but I actually changed it as just for a brief second to 10 o'clock. And as soon as I did that, the startups. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, RAF Marham, home of the F-35B, and welcome to a very frosty Norfolk. And of course, we got our Hudson flag in memory of Mick Hudson there, the legend. And we keep this flag going. And big shout out to the Hudson family. Muriel, hope you're good, girl. Angela and Nick, hope you're well. Viewers, how you all doing? Hope you're all good. My name's Nikos, I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator on this frosty day. We are aware of some emotional weather coming later on, so I'm going to keep my eyes and ears on my radar. Just checked in there, make sure that we're not going to get involved in that. Because we don't want to get involved in that there now. Something as well. Got my God, it was one of those mornings today. You know those mornings there now. We all get them. Alright, let's have a lift. That gets there now. Yeah, it's good there now. So, welcome to RAF Marham, ladies, gents and teddy bears. There are Royal Navy and Royal Air Force squadrons here. And of course, we'll start with 207 Squadron. Can't believe that's who's running. 207 are like 29 Squadron at RAF Coningsby. They're the operational conversion unit for the F-35B. This is the B, the Bravo or Bear. This hovers, you know how it is, classed as a STOVL aircraft. Short takeoff and vertical landing. We'll talk to you all about the details for those that are interested, how it hovers, how it can do it, the differences between the A and the C, because there are a lot of substantial differences. First of all, they've just stuck a 1.2 ton lift fan in there from Rolls-Royce. Rolls-Royce put the lift in there. Yes, it does have a Pratt & Whitney F135. The variant is a PW600, and that engine Pratt & Whitney deliver via a shaft 29,000 shaft horsepower to the lift fan itself. There are other components from Rolls-Royce that make this possible. A descendant, shall we say, of the Pegasus engine, the legendary Pegasus engine. Oh yes. It ain't no hover to bother. Short takeoff and vertical landing capabilities. So the three squadrons that we've got here, first of all, let's get this rolling. 207 Squadron, the legendary Squadron. Oh, nice, listen to that startup. It's got a nice sound, doesn't it? 207 Squadron, Echo Mike, were their markings. The first to operate the Avro Manchester as well, by the way, at RAF Waddington. They are the operational conversion unit, which means the last aircraft a junior pilot just prior to arrival here was indeed the Hawk T2, unless they were here already as a qualified flying instructor for a lot longer. But the process is the Hawk T2. Prior to that would have been the Texan, trainer at RAF Bally. So next up, the legendary Alpha Juliet marked during the Second World War, or Yankee Zulu when operating the Grand Slam on the Avro Lancaster, was indeed 617 Dambusters Squadron, formed and led originally by Squadron Leader, Wing Commander Guy Gibson. Told you I was a bit rusty still from coming back from holiday. But we've also got a legendary Royal Naval Air Squadron, and that is indeed the 809 Immortals, 809 NAS Naval Air Squadron, the Immortals. They stood up in 2023 in December, as late as that, and began their first operation, or sortie, here in 2024 in January. So a mix, and the operational conversion unit will train the latest and greatest pilots on on whether they are Royal Navy or Royal Air Force. The canopy closed there. Let's ride. Beautiful. Sounding good over there. As it's the 5th generation stealth fighter, because it's a B variant, a short takeoff and vertical landing aircraft, this makes it the world's most advanced aircraft in the world, because you've got stealth capabilities where it ain't no hover to bother. You know what I'm saying? It's awesome. So of course, hit the like button. We're going to get some cool shots in that sort of gentle layer of mist, by the way. There are 3 landing pads for vertical landing, VLPs, vertical landing pads, here at Marham. Now the whole structure are 67 meters by 67 meters. They are square. I had this perception that they were circular until I had a look at Google Maps. But the actual central area, the landing zone, is 30.5 meters by 30.5 meters. Probably due for safety reasons, of course. You're going to need to be. That's quite a lot, really, isn't it? Over 30 meters of clearance. That's pretty good. That's pretty. Yeah. So lots of safety there. And there are 3 VLPs, vertical landing pads, here at Marham. Now, ladies, gents and teddy bears, I will explain and go through all the insane engineering of the F-35B. But one thing to note is a very, very common question. Now, it's classed as a STOVL aircraft, short takeoff and vertical landing. The highest question I get asked is, can it vertically take off? The answer, it can, but with 15,000 pounds of payload and the weight of the aircraft, if you're going to do that, you're going to struggle and put stress on the aircraft. So if you had 50% of fuel with hardly any payload, it could probably do it. But it's actually been designed to vertically take off. Now, why have an aircraft stealth vertically take off? Well, ladies, gents and teddy bears, I'm going to tell you now, there's a lot of benefits. Damaged runways, even tiny ships it can land on. That's something an F-22 cannot do. So it has the benefit of doing that. With short takeoff and vertical landing, such as the USS Marham, it's a tiny ship with a 258 meter long runway. I mean, or at least that's how long it is. I mean, it's 258 meters, that ship, and it can take off from there. That's not a lot when you think about it. Very, very little. I believe it can use less runway than for short takeoff than a Typhoon, which is absolutely incredible. So you can land it anywhere, literally anywhere you want, if you need to make a landing. Now, the STOVL mold is assisted with the free BSM, free bearing swivel module, and it turns in 3 sections. But I'm going to show you all this and why it's done that way. But the free bearing swivel module, okay, it is a thrust vectoring mechanism, but it's not your traditional thrust vectoring, let's say, like you have on an F-22. It's only been designed to be utilized for vertical landing and short takeoffs. Why? Because it has a maximum speed of 250 miles per hour when activating. It's literally just solely been designed for that. And let's face it, the F-35's insane maneuverability doesn't really need to have the thrust vectoring. So the USS Mackinac Island, sorry, LHD-8, an assault ship. You're talking about 258 meters. I'm just double checking. USS Mackinac Island is the ship that I was trying to remember. I knew there was another word to it. But it can take off from that ship, and yet it's 258 meters long. Amazing. Now, this is a station that was built in 1916 as part of the Royal Flying Corps and a defender of Norfolk for the Zeppelin raids, the attacks during World War I and into World War II. The German attacking aircraft would actually use the Wash as a sort of marker, as an entry. Never really thought about the distinctive, sort of corridor shape, the rectangular corridor shape of the Wash, giving the benefits to the German attacking bombers to enter for a course to head south of London or attack particular counties such as Norfolk. And the Zeppelin raids during the First World War, Marham played, along with Narborough, played a major part in the defending of Norfolk. There were other Barton Bendish. We also had RFC Bexwell. Someone mentioned about the connection and the transition of the Royal Flying Corps to the Royal Air Force. 13th of April 1912, the foundation of the Royal Flying Corps. There were actually civilian enthusiasts wanting to fly. I mean, just think of that. You know, how impressive is that? Sorry to make this into almost stereotypical, but hey, those were the times. But how amazing is it for a man, I imagine a man very smartly dressed, pocket watch and all, and just saying, "Hey darling, here is my plane." I mean, how amazing is that? Not many people were flying, but it's thanks to those men that were doing that, inspired joining the Royal Flying Corps. Because let's face it, aerial combat was new in the First World War. It was quite new. Think about it. There wasn't a lot of aerial combat then. In fact, the first biplanes were used for reconnaissance only. It was only when the enemies of each other, friend and foe, would pass each other and thought, hang on, that's the enemy, why am I waving? Because there are stories of them waving at each other. They would use it for reconnaissance. They'd fly, have a look at the you know, the strength of the troops on the ground and report back. So they'd utilise biplanes for that. And then the idea, and I've got a wonderful photo from a Ladybird book, and it's got a wonderful depiction of two biplanes with two of the pilots just sticking their heads out and firing shotguns, for goodness sake. I mean, that is how it all began in some ways. And the idea of dropping bombs from the plane by hand. It's amazing evolution. And you know, as dark as it is to say this, unfortunately with the darkness of war, it does put engineering into a turbo boost. So the idea of having biplanes transitioning, you know, and to have these men flying in a sort of private aerodrome, and then suddenly the Royal Flying Corps, how amazing is that? We all know how proud we are of our armed forces. Just think then to, you know, I mean, we're talking about stories that I've read where men would lie about their age to get in the Air Force, or even Army as well, but as we're a aviation channel, but men would lie and just forge a signature from their mum or dad or whatever. You know, that is the stories, that is the valor that they had, that is the kind of like, you know, wanting to be that person to take part in defending the country and for freedom. And it is amazing. We should never forget that. And when we see Marham right now, these men and women that fly today are doing the same thing that they were in World War I. They are training to save lives. They are training for the future of freedom. They are training every day for airspace superiority and to protect airspace. It is amazing when you think about it like that. And you know, the Royal Flying Corps began 13th of April 1912, and you know, and it formed into, you know, the very early squadrons. In fact, I've got something to show you actually from the Royal Flying Corps. I've got something genuine. Let's have a look at this. Feast your eyes on this. So yeah, the Royal Flying Corps, pre-Royal Air Force, and in fact, you know, on the 1st of April 1918, and don't forget the First World War is still going, the Royal Flying Corps, along with the Royal Naval Air Squadrons, they merged, and that was a thanks to Hugh Trenchard. But I'm going to show you this, a genuine Royal, for those that are interested in history, a genuine Royal Flying Corps Bit of antiquity. Just get that cover off there. Look at that. A genuine cap badge from the Royal Flying Corps. A genuine item there. Look at that. Absolutely incredible, isn't it? So this is over 100 years old, ladies and gentlemen, and it is a genuine item. If you are interested in pieces like this, don't go on eBay. You have to go to a specialist, which I do. I'll make sure I get genuine items. There's a lot of fake stuff out there, and that's the reasons why I'm comfortable in knowing that this is a genuine piece. So the Royal Flying Corps and the flying component of the Royal Navy, so the Naval Air Squadrons, they merged and became another genuine item. I've got a Royal Air Force sweetheart here. If I can get a focus on that. Hang on. This is again a genuine antique. Look at that. This is a genuine World War II Royal Air Force sweetheart. I only do genuine stuff. I do recommend to go to a specialist if you're going to buy things like this. Don't just cop out on eBay. If it's, you know, you have to make sure you go to a specialist for that. You know me and my genuine artifacts that I have. Here we go. Sounds good down there, doesn't it? The engineering is absolutely incredible on these. And like I said, when you've got an F-35 platform split into 3 variants that can be utilized in a variety of roles. So this is the one that can hover, the STOVL variant, which for me, you know, that when you put it like that, that would mean it is one of the most amazing. It is the greatest. Oh, here we go, taxiing already. Here we go. many stealth aircraft that can hover, or at least stealth fighters that can hover. The markings. 617 Squadron, Dambusters, here they are. Or at least this is a 617 marked airframe. Wow. So notice under the nozzle there isn't that bump. For the arrestor hook, because it doesn't have one. That's where the two doors open up. So that could be a 617 Squadron. We'll know by the call sign. Amazing also to think that the first aircraft of 617 Squadron was of course the Lancaster. Amazing. What is flying now for the squadron after all those years? So our first departure, so it isn't a blank. Of course, things will get a little bit more busier now that most of the, or at least all the aircraft are back now, sorry, from the operation. On the Prince William. Prince of Wales, sorry. So yeah, they were on an 8-month-long operation called High Mast on the Prince of Wales, and they returned last month. So things should start to get a bit busier in the next month or so. But let's see what we're going to get. And that's the beauty of plane spotting, isn't it? You just turn up and hope for the best. All is good. So Marham is the place to be for vertical landings, but we have to get lucky with those as well. They don't always do vertical landings, but let's see. It could be a quiet one today due to the weather. If it's sort of not going to be as busy as we think. If we go maybe today 90 minutes without any movement, then we will pack up and get going. Of course, during that time I would have covered a little bit of history for you. Kevin Flanagan, oi to you from Texas. Margot, Captain A, EP65, Davey, Avro Al, how you doing? LC, RSVP, Chris Austin, oi to you. Alistair Goodwin, welcome back, hope you're good. Williams, the Henry Wildlife Channel, how you doing? Alan Burden, who has a strong connection with tornadoes here. Steve Rampling, Wibbs, Vienna, Mark Dudley, LEJ Approach, watching from Germany. Davey from the ceiling. Darren Arwood, Bat Purple. Matt Crossan, welcome to the show. Welcome everyone to the show. We Stevie Boy, what up? Hope we're all good. Stuart Skaggs, Eeyore to you. Ambulance crew, how you doing? And a big shout out to all the units here at Marham. Of course, the big shout out to the MPGS of the British Army, doing their thing as well. Big shout out to them here. Oh yeah. Tell you what, my feet are starting to feel it now, goodness me. But welcome to Marham. Welcome to the home of 2620 Squadron Royal Auxiliary Air Force Regiment. We do have a regiment here, 15 Squadron RAF Regiment as well, where Reggie's here with them today, I would have thought. Now, 15 RAF Regiment, they fall under the Free Force Protection Wing. There is the Reggie Assault Course that you can see there. And they're capable of delivering a full spectrum of force protection effects, and that includes a dismounted close combat, ground extraction, close quarter battle, and operational in the CBRN, that's chemical, biological, radioactive or nuclear environment. And they comprise of around 170 personnel, including a tactical RAF police, mechanics. Of course, they're going to have a chef or chefs cooking up that chukkun and kebabs, clerks and paramedic, and equipped with a support weapons such as the GPMG, the general purpose machine gun, and light tank as well. The light tank gun, yeah, I'm sure that's what we picked up at Bournemouth once. And anti-tank weapons as well. So they basically assist Joint Personnel Recovery, Drown Extraction Force. A little bit of history. They formed in 1946, number 15 Royal Air Force Regiment. Formed at Nevertown as 2700 Light Anti-Aircraft Squadron. They were equipped with the 40mm Bofors guns before being renamed as 15 Field Squadron in 58. They've been deployed in various parts of the world: Hong Kong, Oman, Malaysia, Maldives, RAF gun in the Maldives, Middle East. They were involved in Operation Telic and Operation Herrick, being amongst the last of the British troops to leave Camp Bastion at the conclusion of the Operation Herrick 20, and that was in 2001 to 2014. And they moved here in 2020. Also got the 2620 Royal Auxiliary Air Force Regiment as well, not forgetting them. Again, they fall under Free Force Protection Wing. Again, offering the RAF Police and RAF Regiment roles. There's lots of opportunities here. If you want to be part of an Air Force but flying's not for you, Regiment is calling you. Training, ground-based security roles, mobilisation opportunities. And they formed in 1983 as a field squadron. Whew, goodness me. Big shout out to the Marham Bulls Rugby Football Club. And of course the Lightning Ladies Rugby team as well. Kevin Flanagan, good question. No, Harriers weren't here. The likes of Wittering and other stations like that. Marham started life with some, well, from 1916. We'll talk to you about the various aircraft. That they operated. The first aircraft that I could find to operate here with 51 Royal Flying Corps Squadron, number 51, was the Royal Aircraft Factory FE-2B, a biplane that was made as a night bomber, powered by one Beardmore 6-cylinder water-cooled inline piston engine, a whopping 160 horsepower, man. But after the war, in 1919, Marham's aerodrome closed. And luckily, Marham was chosen for a pre-war expansion. We had Harrows here, Wellingtons, Stirlings, Mosquitoes, Canberras. And after the Canberras, we also had the Victor and Valiants. And then, of course, the F-35B. Don't think there was anything else that was stationed here, off the top of my head. There were no Lancasters here. Sort of monoplane bombers of the Second World War. Mosquitoes, well, Mosquito was a multi-role, but Stirlings and Wellingtons on active duty during the Second World War here. Notice the internal cannon missing. Control. I was hoping, because I've got it on the tripod while waving, because otherwise it would be how exciting is it just to see a little bit of markings on there, right? Okay, get ready for takeoff. Welcome to the show. And you may have heard me. Is it still there? Or is it switched off? Oh, it's switched off. I just got a glimpse. It's just turned off now, actually. The ILS Morse code beacon. Oh, here it is. That in Morse code is EG. Oh, hello. It's that time of year. It's in Morse code, it's blinking EGYM, the ICAO code. So our second departure of the day. Now a good day here is anything over... oh, hello. What's going on here? Well, that's the opposite of a good day at the moment. I know this one has been running since the start of the show. Well, there you go. Obviously, that's had a little taxi run then, AP, you know? Just a little taxi run there now. Just to warm it up, eh? Excellent. Let's go. How we're doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears. I'm just gonna go and grab a cup of tea and keep warm as well. I've just booted up the car a little bit just to assist some warmth in there. Keep your feet warm from the heat, from the fans from the van. Little idea there. Got a little tube, you know, just get a little tube from the fans. Does the job for the feet, man. I'm just having a cup of tea and just moving about and keeping a little bit warm. I'll show you a little bit about the F-35's Rolls-Royce attribute, the lift fan, for those that are interested in how an aircraft of this size of just over 32,000 pounds can hover. Empty weight of 32,400 pounds. That's 14,700 kilos empty weight, as opposed to its lighter A variant, the 29,000 pounds weighing F-35A. That's 13,300 kilos for those that do new money. But of course, the carrier variant, the huge monster, the massive 34,500 pound empty weight F-35 CV variant. It's 15,686 kilos for those that do the new money. Amazing. Of the three variants, this one has the less. There you go, empty weight. This has been shut down now, so. Not sure what's happened there with this one, but I'll give you an idea. A little bit of a I've also had to grit the roof of the van as well, so I can stand up here safely. I've got various non-slip items up here, so it's all good. Oh, just enjoying this cup of tea. Right, give me a second. Once I've had this, I'll get stuck into it. Give you all that you need to know about the F-35B. It is a magnificent variant. That was extremely delightful. Right, let's have a ganders. Let's have a butchers at the F-35B. Let's have a little look. So, oi! Let's have a little look then. Here we go. So, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Right, let's have a little look. Here we go. Look at our F-35B. Look at this. Right, it is a different variant completely. Okay, they've had to utilize a lot of room. They had to make some compromises. Okay, now let's have a look here, because they've had to sacrifice a lot of things on here. There's no internal cannon. There's no boomstick for air-to-air refueling. Okay, so they've had to get rid of that. And I'll talk to you why there's no serrated edges as well on the F-35B as well. They've had to put 1.2 tons lift fan just so this can begin to even hover. Okay, it's got a Pratt & Whitney engine in it. Yes, it's the F135, but it's a PW 600 variant, not like the A or the C. In fact, it's about 10 meters long, the F-35's the Pratt & Whitney's F135 PW 600. Okay, it's almost 11 meters. It's almost double the size of the original, which is quite astonishing. They've had to make a lot of space-saving changes just so this can vertically land. A demand that's quite exciting when you think about it as being a stealth aircraft that can also hover, okay? And it's Rolls-Royce that actually put the vertical lift in the F-35B. The Lightning or the lift system, and it's the only vertical lift technology for a fighter jet in production in the world. It literally has unrivaled performance of the lift system, and it comes in part of the latest and greatest digital control and fan system technology. They deliver a responsive, precise and powerful short takeoff and vertical landing called STOVL. All right, that's what STOVL stands for, short takeoff, vertical landing. And it's got minimal impact on the airframe. The airframe has been rated though at a +7G. Now the system is a descendant of the Pegasus engine, and Rolls-Royce have the following parts. So they have the they have the Rolls-Royce lift fan, which is in here. There's the lift fan, and you've got a 50-inch diameter counter-rotating 2 sets of fans here, counter-rotating. The top fan, okay, is a blisk. What that means is that they're not individually put on, they're not individual blades, it's one complete titanium blisk, as they call it. So it's a disc and a blade in one, okay? But underneath, rotating opposite, are a traditional disc and blades attached to it. 50-inch in diameter. It delivers 20,000 pound of cold thrust, and I'll talk to you a little bit about underneath as well. You've also got the shaft that's connected to the Pratt & Whitney engine, so I'll just open the auxiliary air intake there. You can see that shaft there. So this is where our Pratt & Whitney is here. This basically powers, the Pratt & Whitney is powering through a shaft 29,000 shaft horsepower. That's equivalent to, let's say, 29 Veyron supercars or whatever, anything rated at 1,000 horsepower, about that. You get Ferraris at 1,000 horsepower. So it's powering 29 supercars, let's say, but it's powering this, all right? Now, it's basically almost like having a helicopter, but it's basically, shall we say, an engine that's turned vertically, all right, pointing upwards. It's got 20,000 pounds of cold thrust here. These vanes here, or these grills here, they're slats, and they move forward and back. They can actually move the aircraft forward and back, and at a particular angle and a degree of 5, I think it's 5 degrees forward, 40 degrees backwards as well, at a slant. It's actually quite clever. Never told you that before, but I'm always discovering things about the F-35. Now, these open. This opens when activating the STOVL mode. This opens as well. I believe that's first, and then these two open up. I think this one first, and then that. All right. So you've got 20,000 pounds of cold thrust shooting down there. Okay. Now wait, that's not going to make it hover just yet. Now the bypass air is utilised as well with roll posts. Okay. These from the bypass air are able to make the F-35 manoeuvre and pitch left and right, so it controls the lateral side, but still that's not going to make it hover. Rolls-Royce's B3BSM, these open up at the back. I can never get this right without breaking it, but never mind, I will do my best. So this is kind of like the thrust vector at the back, and it's called a 3BSM. Okay, so I'm going to show you a little bit about that. So it can roll or rotate 2.5 seconds at a 95-degree angle. It is one of a kind. Now, it's called a 3BSM because, well, this isn't a good example for now, but we'll go with it. What it does, it rotates in 3 sections, all right? This can also swivel left and right, okay? Maybe those that didn't know that, for intricacy and precision, okay? So on extremely windy days, it's able to sort of almost like, you know, precisely maneuver in invisible contours of turbulence, shall we say. So what this means is that this can rotate at 45 degrees for the short takeoff. It is impressive. It really doesn't need a lot of runway. And then straight down 95 degree angle. It can also carry out afterburner. I think it's got about 41,000 pound of thrust with afterburner, a little bit less than the F-35A and C, but nevertheless it is awesome. So now you've got thrust pushing down here, and now you've got thrust pushing down here. with that, you've now got an aircraft that can hover. And it's hovering, I mean, when it's empty, it's 32,400 pounds. That is impressive. Of course, it's going to have fuel in there. All right, so that's how it's all done. And, you know, it can take off from the USS Mackinac Island, that's what, 258 meters long. And with the assistance of you've also got ski jumps to assist it. This is constantly in alignment, keeping a nice 45-degree. It is absolutely impressive. Large elevators as well to push the aircraft on such small runways. It is absolutely incredible. There is an option of blue tack as well. It's got 15,000 pounds of ordnance that it can carry due to the 1.2 tons dedicated just for the lift fan itself. It can't have the boom, so it has the probe here for refueling. All right, so again, all that wonderful technology I explained yesterday. Now, on prototypes of the F-35B, they did have serrated edges. They had a double door system that opened just like this, but they found the airflow wasn't good. It was actually affecting the airflow going in into the lift fan. Okay, so they came up with a rounded idea, which really helped. Okay, it's not an air brake, it's to literally control the air to go in and utilize it for that. So there you go, that's how it can hover, all right, through that. Amazing. It's got all the usual, well, you can't see it very well on here. It does have bumps here, like the bulges for the you know, diverter. What we can see really well on this one though is our EOT system, this beautiful window here, made of sapphire, a precious gemstone. It's got a Moss scale hardness rated at 9, diamond is 10. So Moss scale of hardness is literally a a rating of how hard a mineral is. So glass will be like, or Tektite will be something like 3 or 4. Chalk is probably about 3. You know, you can basically have a scale for that. All right. It doesn't have an arrestor hook because of all this that it's got. Just trying to think. Here, if you ever wondered what this sort of, these two hexagonal shapes here, it opens up for a internal ladder. All right, so that's pretty cool. But this is the electro-optical targeting system. It's called EOTS. All right, and EOTS is the battlefield giving constant detection, simultaneously detecting and targeting all sorts. I think I've got RF-35 nearby actually. But yeah, I mean, it could be a, you know, very, very quiet day. It could be just this today. Like I said, I'll give it a 90-minute window of opportunity with no movements, then we'll call it a day, because it's that time of year though, isn't it, where it's a little bit cold. But I'll do my best to answer any of your questions. I'll talk about the history as well. Got a low brake coming up. Low approach coming up. Oh, that is low. Look at that. Absolutely amazing. You don't see that every day. Our only one airborne today, and it pulled off our vertical landing that we wanted. Just my fingers are agony.
Window doors are down.
Well, there we go. Nice to see the vertical landing. Hope you enjoyed that. Even if it is just the one we're going to get today. Absolutely incredible. It is mesmerising. And, you know, like I said, we see the F-35As flying around, that's, you know, and they do it exceptionally well. But when you add the STOVL capability to it, it is amazing. It really is. You know, with the max speed at Mach 1.6, a high loiter time as well. Don't forget that the idea behind lowering the maximum speed is for loiter time. A great range. They are exceptionally well at range. Now, they're not naturally able to supercruise, but they can do for a short dash. So once reaching speeds supersonic, it can supercruise, but in the non-conventional sense, shall we say, if that makes sense. So there are other variants, but they are based on the A variant. So there's a Norwegian variant that has a drag chute on the top towards the rear of the fuselage. Due to the icy and the climate conditions of Norway, they've installed a drag chute. It doesn't naturally have a drag chute or a brake chute, you know, the funky little yellow, well, I say little, it's not that little, is it? The chute that comes out, so they've added that to it. Williams has asked about, I think Williams was meant to write F-35I, the Adir, the Israeli Air Force variant. Now, again, that's based on the A variant. The differences are that they have their own weapon system and software added to it. But again, it's based on the A variant. There are talks of the CF-35, the Canadian variant. I'm wondering if they are going to go ahead like they normally do, potentially like they've done with their F-18s. It is a carrier variant, but used on land basis. So whether they have an F-35C and use it for land-based, I don't know. I've only just heard about that potential. Whether they do or not is another matter. But hey. But fact is fact of what we've got. So what we've got is the F-35I. We've got a Norwegian variant. So yes, that is literally the main sort of difference with the F-35I Adir, is the weapon system and software. Hope we're all good. Thanks a lot, Cyrus Francis. Glad you liked the show. Let's have a look. Have we got any more questions? Let's have a look. Yeah, cool. Hope you got that. Alex Raven, what countries use the F-35B? So off the top of my head, definitely here. The US Navy and Marine Corps of the United States. I'm going to Japan, definitely. I'm going to put my foot out and say, my neck out, and say, I think Italy have F-35Bs. I think that's it. That's all I can think of. Japan, Italy, America, and Great Britain. I think that's all I can think of. Can't think of any others that. I'm not sure if Singapore have ordered any. I did hear somewhere, or I don't know if it's true, but possibly Singapore may be having F-35Bs. But definitely the ones operating them are Japan, Italy, Britain, and America. But yeah, the most common variant is the F-35A. And then you can do what you want with it. You can add alloys to it. You know how it is. Stick a drag chute on it. You know, you go to your Lockheed Martin shop, you know how it is, and just go, yeah, I'll go with the blue tinted canopy. I'll have a drag chute on there. Yeah, stick the wing flaps on it, turn it into an F-35C, you know? Huh? What was that? Was that Siri? Oh, sorry. I pressed the button and Siri just didn't understand what I said. Don't worry, Siri, it's all good. So one of the things I like to show off are the DAS system. Those there's about 6 beautiful windows, tiny little multi-polygon window. Of course, it's stealth. It's got to be in different shapes. And if you ever wondered, catch them at the right light. They look like windows. I'm just gonna try and find something for you. Big shout to Fort Worth, Texas. One of the main places they make the F-35. Where's my DAS system when you need it, eh? There you go. So again, if you have a look at the DAS system, let's have a little look what we got here. There's one to the left of the internal ladder that I showed you. I think there's 2 just in front of the canopy. Oh, by the way, speaking of the canopy, it's one of, I don't think there are many that do this. The canopy opens forward, it's front hinged. By the way, that's quite rare. These are the DAS system. They're like, if you catch at the right light, they can look like mirrors or just windows. There's about 6, 1 there, 2, 3, 4. I think there's 2 here and 1 about here. I can never locate it. I mean, when do I get a chance to go on top of an F-35? But this is an amazing system called the DAS system. It's 6 IR sensors, 6 infrared sensors, but they have special filters, not ones you can get a nice selfie on, day or night, and it's for situational awareness. It's a hive mind aircraft. To put it into technical stuff, it is the ANAAQ-37, and what it's doing, it's constantly searching, seeking, and locking onto potential threats. And it can continuously monitor the vehicles, track aircraft already, and also surface-to-air missiles. And if you remember yesterday, the RAM that it's coated with, the radar-absorbing material, as well, is able to absorb frequencies, especially from our S-400. It's got no chance to detect it. It's always jamming signals as well. But the thing is, the DAS system can actually link with other F-35s together. I don't even think they've scratched the surface of this yet. I think there's so much yet to learn on this. It gives a 360 protection and detection, and that's just the DAS system. Yet alone in there, when I spoke about the 1,600 tiny little bits of metal that have little slits in them, and it's the AESA active electronically scanned array. It is absolutely amazing in there. 1,600 tiny little they're basically tiny little radars inside there, and it's an amazing piece of kit. It really is. It is phenomenal what it has inside there. It really is. And I think I touched on that yesterday, didn't I? The the phase. There's of those tiny little bits of metal plates set in the nose of the F-35, the phase antenna. These tiny little metal plates, they have, if you ever get a chance to see some diagrams, they got tiny slots cut into them, and each of them, every one of these slots basically are an antenna, about 1,600 in total, and it allows the phase of rate antenna to steer its radar using constructive and destructive interference. So basically, with the 2 antennas, you can then start to push away signals, jam signals. The waves are set to 180 degrees out of face, matching peaks. It is absolutely amazing. It prevents, it's got a great radio waste prevention system, it is absolutely amazing what it can do. Of course, that's stuff that we're told, yet alone the stuff that we cannot know, if you know what I mean. But that's the nature of it. This is what it is. But anything available, I will, I will give you all the knowledge about it. But obviously, this, it is incredible piece of machinery. And like I said, with the radar absorbing tape, again, for those that didn't know, the point of the radar absorbing tape, again, tune in from yesterday. The point of the radar absorbing tape is that radio waves, they react to materials, so you can So it's mimicking here. It's not the best example. This is the radar absorbing tape that you've got here. And the reason for the tape is that the radio waves that are impacting the surface here, radio waves love continuity, and when it meets a different material, it starts to lose, get weaker. So by the time it comes back, so again, you've got that radar absorbing material. I mean, it absorbs 0.1 megahertz to 60 gigahertz, man. That is amazing. And the serrated edges, the paint has got like iron particles in there to burn the radio waves. It is really getting the job done. It doesn't need to go crazy speeds. It gets the job done. It loiters, and by the time you can see it, because there is a misconception with stealth, it doesn't mean invisible, it means the delay, because you will see it at some point. It's just trying to work it out what it is. That is the key. All right, so you've got to remember that it's a delayed response where it's too late. Pretty cool, huh? So we're gonna give it 90 minutes. We'll give it till midday, and if we don't get anything, at least we got a couple of low approaches, a takeoff, and a vertical landing. That'll do. That'll do. It is a little bit savage out here, but I'm gonna do my best to keep going and flowing. We were, by the sounds of it, or by the looks of it, we were meant to get 2 departures, but one was a bit poorly and went back. I'll tell you what, just a quick one. We come here and speak about STOVL, but let's just talk about general flight itself. Maybe, let's break this down into technology. Let's go a little bit scientific. Let's go into the science of things, shall we? Yeah, let's do it. Let's go into a bit of science for you. Just what is flight? What actually is it? So, for those that don't understand it, in fact, what I need to do, actually, we'll go back. Shall I use my EJ200 engine? There's my EJ200 engine. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow, literally. But what we can do, we can go to, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's understand thrust first, for those that don't know. Then we can talk about all the aerodynamic side of things, and there's a bit of ADSB for those who don't understand it. Let's have a look. Got quite a bit here going on. There's a lot going on here in the Ted Coningsby's Teducation. Let's have a look at this one. It's just quite broad and a generic engine here. All right, let's see what's going on here now. Okay, so understand thrust. Now, don't forget, thrust can be propelled, okay, and thrust can be a jet engine. All right, gas turbine, whatever you want, propeller, thrust, horsepower, something that makes you move forward. Not flight, something that just makes you move forward. That's basically your thrust. Something that makes a reaction. Okay, there's a bit of technical terms, but I'm not going to dare say it, because let's just keep this simple. But the way it works, keeping this simple, you need, even your car, even your motorbike, all right, it needs a mixture of air and fuel and something to ignite it, okay? And that explosiveness, that explosion inside those pistons in that engine, pushing the pistons up and down, is making your car run. And then obviously you need gears though to make it go forward, but you get the idea of the combustion side. Now, aircraft, planes, they like to compress air. Why are we compressing air? Why can't we just use good old standard air? Well, the thing is, compressed air, you get a lot more inside. Think of the oxygen tanks. Scuba divers, there's a lot in it. Think of those adverts that claim to have 15 million oranges in the 1 litre carton of orange juice, but it's literally squeezing it, all right? And that's basically what you're doing. But the benefit of compressed air is it's more explosive, it's a lot more combustible, and it's a lot more economical because you're squeezing a lot of air, all right? So the air is getting sucked in. Now, these are fans and these are compressors. Basically, think of poor Veruca, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. She gets squished. So the air's going in, and what happens, you get a low pressure section. So what it's going to do, it's going to squeeze that air and manage it, and compress it to some degree of pressure. On the Typhoon, the low pressure section compresses the air 4.2 times what it was. So if it went in at 1 bar, it's now 4.2 bar of pressure, squeezing that air, which is why compression chambers, when they get to the high pressure section over this side, you can see it gets smaller. That air is getting really squeezed, okay? So you've gone in there and then you've squeezed that air. Now these are different in every type of manufacturer. Every engine has different sets of compressors. This generic one has got 3 low pressure and I think about 13 here, nearly an F-15's engine. Anyway, so now you've got your compressed air squeezed into the combustion chamber. This is the hottest section. So remember that funny saying, that sucking in the air, you squeezed it. Now this is the bang. So you got like injectors here, or spray nozzles. They spray the fuel and it mixes up with the compressed air, okay? And you ignite it and bang. But wait, there are many of you that would have heard about bypass. Now this is the air that doesn't get compressed. You need that for a few reasons. One, better airflow. If you've got a flask and you know, empty, and you just run it through the air, it's going to cause a bit of it's not going to flow as well as if your flask is basically has no bottom end to it, okay? Basically, if it was hollow without a bottom, you'd be able to run that through the air very easily. So it's able to go through, and also it's able to be a lot more economical as well in that sense, and to also reduce the sound, and it flows better. All right, so you need some form of bypass to do that. I think that's my reasoning for it anyway. Better airflow and to make it a little bit more quiet, I guess. So you've got the bang. Now this kinetic energy, this bang here, again, these are different on different engines. There's your shaft. There's things called a turbine. You get a high pressure and a low pressure. Some have 1, some have 2. Now that blast, that kinetic energy actually starts to turn the high pressure turbine. Now that high pressure turbine is powering the high pressure compressor, and the low pressure turbines are powering the low pressure compressors, which is quite amazing when you think like one disc is powering like up to, you know, 13, 10, whatever it is, you know. But that blast is thrust, all right? I know many of you are thinking, well, what about afterburner? So in your, just really quickly, so in a Rolls-Royce Trent, that's thrust, or in a Ardeur engine, anything like that, no afterburner, but that is still thrust. Afterburner is different. Afterburner has a separate chamber, all right? Let's have a look at the Foons one, shall we? Let's have a look at the Typhoon's chamber. I'm going to just go over here. Now, the Typhoon engine, the EJ200, has got a massive combustion chamber for the reheat chamber. What it does here, now, you don't have any of that beautiful economic compressed air anymore. It's just hot gases in here. So, because it's so hot, you're going to need to insulate it, protect it from melting. But what you're doing, you're spraying fuel into non-economical compressed air anymore. You're not doing that. You're just spraying fuel just in the hot gases. That's why, 1, it costs you more fuel, but 2, it gives you more power, sometimes up to 30%. I mean, for example, the Typhoon goes from 13,500 dry to 20,200 with reheat. Okay, so that's thrust. Reheat, afterburner, they are the same. You're reheating something, that's why you're redoing it, or you're burning something after the compressor state. I hope that made a little bit of sense. Now that you understand thrust, we can talk about the wings as it's going forward, just so you can understand wings or airfoils. They're not flat, they're curved on the top and flat on the bottom. Now this design, which is why bullets don't start going upwards. They're not flat on the bottom, bullets. They're not. They're pretty much symmetrical, right? So the wings have a flat bottom, and when it's going through the air, as the aircraft's moving forward, it starts to create pressure here, and that's what gives you lift, the pressure. The air's going over the wings, and it's creating a lot of pressure. This bit of acceleration here, as it's hitting the wing, is called the centripetal acceleration, and it creates a high velocity, and you start to get draggy air, and it decreases the pressure, but increase the pressure here. And when you've got a greater force than the gravity of your weight, you then take off, because every aircraft is configured differently. So let's have a little look. So now you know how an aircraft moves forward. It's not flying yet, it's got all that thrust. So our F-35 here, we'll call it the B, it's got 41,000 pounds of thrust with afterburner. Now, when I said about lift and overcoming the force of gravity, you've got to remember gravity is also weight, okay? So the 4 forces of flight, we know what thrust is now. We know this goes forward, but it's not going to make the aircraft take off yet. But thrust and power makes the aircraft move forward and through the air. With the airfoil design that I just showed you, and with the flaps and elevators, will create lift. But you've got to overcome the force of gravity or your weight. Now, lift needs to overcome and have a greater force. You have greater force or it won't take off, okay? So you've got to overcome that. Now, when you get more lift, you get more drag. But let's talk about lift. Now that you know how the wing design helps it lift, a vertical force, that's what lift is. No pitching, this keeps it flying and thus stay in the sky. Gravity is constantly trying to pull it down. More lift, okay, it's got to overcome the weight. That equals flight. So when your lift is more than your weight, you've got flight. When your lift is less than your weight, it's a stall. You're going to stall the aircraft. So stall is a bit of a funny word. It doesn't mean that the engine's stalled. All right, you can get a wing stall. Okay, so you've lost your lift, and that can be quite severe and dangerous. But when you get more lift, you get drag. Now, more lift equals more drag, which is why don't you just, another question, Nikos, why don't you just keep making stuff with more lift? If you do that, you're going to get more drag. More drag equals more thrust. More thrust equals more fuel. So drag is a result of lift, and the aircraft pushes through molecules in the air, and drag can slow down an aircraft, so you can use it for, so you can, you know, when you've got your landing gear out, that can actually be used to slow your aircraft down, and it can result in not enough lift as well, and a stall if you've got too much drag. All right, so there you go, the 4 forces of flight done Ted Coningsby style. I haven't done a bit of history, that's why there's no aircraft yet. But we're going to give it till, we'll give it till midday, because it is quite, you know, it's not the nicest out here, but let's see. But there you go, a bit of education for you there, and I hope you enjoyed that. Thanks there, Davey. Right, I'll just put this little heat mat on my camera for a minute while I go and grab a cup of tea for myself. I'll be right back, and I hope you're all good. I'll go and have a look at your messages or any questions that you've got, because it is a very, very interesting subject, and I do, you know, I am very passionate about it. I'm always learning as well. I'm not going to say I'm always right, because I take pride in correcting and being corrected, because at the end of the day, that is how you learn. You know, the way in life is to accept any mistakes and accept any corrections that you need to take, because when you do that, you become awesome. All right, let's get a cup of tea, Teddy. I must be mad out here, man. My feet are like bricks of ice, or blocks of ice. Yeah, a little educational channel is what it's become, and I'm happy about that. That's how you do it. In the night. I think the cold has got to me.
Right, that was delightful. Nice bit of tea there. Right, still going strong here. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Just hoping for more movement. No worries if we don't get any. At least we got to see a vertical landing. That was the that's pretty much what we came for. And if we can get is that canopy up or is that down? The canopy's up on that, but that's the one that came back, isn't it? So I'm not sure if that's okay or it's going to go out, but we'll see. Yeah, so speaking of lift, have a look at if you have a look at the if you've been to the displays, if you see Squadron Leader Nathan Shoyer's display with the Typhoon about lift, you do lose altitude when you start to roll. If you remember, Reheat 1 was doing Nath did 5 aileron rolls. If you look just prior, before he does that, he raises he increases the angle of attack, okay? Because what happens, and the reason why 5, if you look, the aircraft does actually lose altitude. It loses, you know, you do start to lose a bit of lift, and once you've done that, you need to raise your angle of attack. That's what pushes you up, which is why aircraft land with the back wheel, with the rear wheels, basically the rear landing gear. It doesn't land like that. This gives you lift, so you just increase the angle of attack. If you want to create lift flying inverted, you just increase your angle of attack. That's how you can fly upside down, which is why if you look at aircraft, usually they're not completely level, usually. All right, I'm not saying they never do that, but if you were to do that, you know, and then you've got other things that you may notice, negative G, if you bunt down like that really sharply, that's going to push all the blood to your head. That's negative G. If you turn like that, have it side like that and start to pull this way, again negative G, it's nasty. Which is why aircraft usually, when they're up in the skies and want to just lower their altitude really quickly, invert straight down. But to keep flying inverted, you've got to lift, you've got to increase your angle of attack. So it's now pushing, it's now turning the undercarriage, it's now turning the top almost like the undercarriage and just pushing out. Which is why if you're in a moving vehicle, okay, obviously do this safely, but we've all done it, you know, on a hot sunny day. If you stick your hand out and have it at an angle, it starts to push up. There you go, that's lift. And sometimes if you get it right and push it this way, it starts to push your hand down. That's lift or drag, whichever you want to call it, because you get a sensation of both. Oh, we're being hopeful for this one. I'm just going to check the status of the weather at the moment, because there is some emotion coming later on. Christopher, how you doing? Let's have a look. I'm just going to have a look at the status of the weather. Hopefully it doesn't come, but at the same time, hopefully we get movement as well. If I sound a bit muffled sometimes, it's because I've just put a little... Oh. Start up, come on. Yeah, come on. I think I might be lucky with the weather today, you know. Come on. Come on, Marham, let's have some more. Come on. Right, what we got cooking? I think this is just flexing, isn't it? Yeah, it's obviously having a little bit of a check because that's the lift fan hood there. No worries. Yeah, good point. I think we need some history. I think, and then that will sort out. In fact, for the history, let me go and get my Handley Page Victor, because I know you like that one. I know you like that one. Let's go and get it then. Still got to get a Canberra and a Tornado in the model collection. The collection. Time to get the Victor out. It's all about the Victor. Oh, it's such a good looking aircraft, man. Yeah, I think it's just flexing. Yeah, that's just flexing. No worries, it can flex. It obviously needs a bit of attention there now. Well, while that's flexing, we could talk about history. But first of all, my awesome fans, thank you very much, and members. We got Roy Dixhoon. Sorry, I completely pronounced that wrong. High five, Guards March. Thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Karen Glenn, thank you very much for your 31 months membership. Going to be 43 in Melbourne tomorrow. Wow. Got Leah, member for 6 months. Congratulations. What an amazing 6 months it's been with you all. Steve Rampling with 18 months. Oh yeah, happy days. See you guys at the fence soon. We Stevie Boy with 17 months with Fighter Squadron membership. Look at all the wee crows and seagulls. Margot, thank you very much for your super sticker. Debbie Wigley with 13 months membership. Reggie is my favourite. I think he should have his own fan club. He's blushing. Oi, oi. Chris Austin, member for 20 months. Oi, oi, oh yeah, 20 months and counting. Cheers, all the spanners, for keeping it sweet and neat. And thanks, Nicholas and Ted and Claire, for the Mint community. Thank you very much, man. Paul M. Hennings with 28 months membership. What a way to start 2026. World's best military aviation channel. You know it is. Thank you very much. Gary Devanche, member for 20 months. Happy New Year, everyone. Hope you have a great 2026. Pauline Gilby, congratulations on 2 years membership. Thank you, Ted and Nikos. Love every minute. Tim Gooch with 27 months membership. Oi, oi. Here's to an awesome TCS 2026. Thank you very much. Ian McCabe, thank you very much for the super chat. Oi, oi, indeed. Thank you very much. And Guards March to you. Margot, thanks for the super sticker. Guards March. Tim Gooch, high five. Guards March. Thanks for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. And Kevin L, member for 16 months. Thank you so much for your membership. Tell you what, I'll go and don't forget, if you're out plane spotting with your cameras or equipment, don't forget batteries, they are affected by the cold. They don't sometimes they're better, sometimes they're worse. Remember that. So I'm going to go and swap a mag over. He's having a go on that tractor out there. You can hear it blasting away. Right, just swap this over, and then I'll get some history going before we finish up our last hour. If we're not going to get anything.
Right. We'll talk history then. Here we go. Just making sure I got everything. Oh, what's going on here? I wonder if that's the first one then.
think this is having a few engine runs. I think it's just going to be flexing, unfortunately. So I'll tell you what, let's go with the history then. While we wait, let's have a little look at what's going on. You know it is. My name's Nikos. I'll be your historian for the time being until we get. Let's have a little bit of lift. Let's get a bit of lift ourselves here now. Yeah, look at that tree, man. Looking pretty cool, isn't it? Looking pretty cool. Well, welcome to RAF Marham, ladies, gents and teddy bears. And it's got so much history here. It's unbelievable. And actually, it's quite good because I'm, a bit away over Christmas for a little bit. So a little bit rusty at the old history. But hopefully, I'll be back to impress you. But RAF Marham, the whole vicinity, even Norfolk, in its history, really dates back to 1916 with the likes of the Royal Flying Corps. A lot of attacks from the Zeppelin raids using the Wash as well as kind of like a landmark, an entry point, almost like a corridor for attacks during the Zeppelin raids. And Marham was selected as an airfield of the Royal Flying Corps to be a defender for Norfolk, as well as Bexwell, Barton Bendish and Narborough as well. So it dates back to August 1916, started as a Royal Flying Corps airfield. Royal Flying Corps between 1912, in fact 13th of April 1912 to the 1st of April 1918, when the Royal Flying Corps merged with the Royal Naval Air Squadrons. The Fleet Air Arm, shall we say, that component, the Naval Air Squadrons, they merged from the Royal Navy's flying squadrons. So it was built close to, as I mentioned, RNAS, Royal Naval Air Station Narborough, which is, I think, is about 3 miles in the direction of the backwards crow. I don't think it's as far as Mildenhall at all. In fact, probably less, might even be 2 miles. But it later changed to a Royal Air Force station from 1918, and Marham was built to defend Norfolk literally from the Zeppelin raids. And the first Royal Flying Corps squadron to operate here at Marham was 51 Squadron, aircraft such as the Royal Aircraft Factory FE2B. They were biplanes powered by a 160 horsepower Beardmore 6-cylinder water-cooled inline piston engine. And it was a training base for night flying. There were other Royal Flying Corps squadrons, 51, 190, 191 and 193, who were training squadrons based here at Marham. Eventually, those squadrons evolved into, or at least their lineage from their Royal Air Force squadrons were derived from the Royal Flying Corps. Now, during the First World War, RAF Marham formed on the 1st of April 1918, and the Royal Air Force formed on the 1st of April 1918, and that was thanks to Sir Hugh Trenchard, who put that together and merged everything together. The Royal Flying Corps merged with the Royal Naval Air Squadrons. And so when the end of the war, First World War came on armistice, Marham actually bombed neighbouring Narborough with bags of flour, and Narborough bombed Marham with bags of soot. And the last Squadron 51 left Marham in 1919, and that was the end for the aerodrome during the First World War period. And for those that are pretty unfamiliar with the Royal Flying Corps, I did have a cap badge, so it's over 100 years old, this, an original from the Royal Flying Corps. So here you go. If I just got that there. Oi oi! Oi oi! Oi oi! Awesome stuff. So there's the Royal Flying Corps. This is the original, and you can see how it developed into the RAF. And of course, I've got a Sweetheart, an original from the Royal Air Force there, a Sweetheart that you'd wear. Beautiful bits of history. And if you want to purchase things like this, go to a specialist. Don't just buy stuff like this on eBay. You've got to make sure you go to someone that specialises in memorabilia from the First and Second World War, or any other sort of like their genre of what they're selling. So after the First World War, the UK, just to give you an idea of what was here in the UK, the UK had around about 300 military aerodromes by 1924. Just after the First World War, there was about 300. And then to give you an idea of the shrinkage, by 1924, there were just 27. So we went from a First World War having 300 military airfields down to just 27 by 1924. But while things were settling down, there had been careful consideration to the thought of possibilities of a Second World War happening. Now, 1933, Hitler got into power, and things were a bit covert going on over there, a little bit in secrecy. They were really struggling before Hitler's power, and he took advantage of that because, you know, Germany weren't allowed to rearm. They had all these treaties, and you know, and it divides people as well. People were divided, and you know, at the end of wars, you know, there's usually, if you look in history, there's always a civil war, and you know, and when you got someone that's going to just get into power and you know give the people something, and that's exactly what Hitler did. He gave them something, and he made Goering. I've got to pronounce it right, thanks to my German friends. Goering, not Goreng. Goreng is a Malaysian stir-fry dish with rice. Sorry about that. Anyway, but I liked my Goring. Anyway, Goering. So he was made Air Chief Marshal for the Luftwaffe, but they weren't allowed to arm. But they did it all in secrecy. They made thousands of these so-called civilian aircraft, and they weren't. They were merely dubbed as civilian, but they were ready. They were making all sorts of stuff, and you know, the possibilities of war was real, and the airfields were commissioned. There were many household names like Taylor Wimpey, John Ling, all these John Lang, and Sons. What others? There's quite a few that are actually companies that exist today. It's actually quite amazing. So there was a AMAB, an Air Ministry Aerodromes Board, that was created, and in 1935 the RAF's pre-war expansion program began, so 2 years after Hitler got into power, and the expansion program started off with the likes of Waddington, Feltwell and Marham, and it was 38 Squadron who were operating the Handley Page Hayford at Mildenhall, and they arrived here as the first residents of Marham with the Hayford bomber. I'll show you that another time. I do have give me 1 second, hang on. I haven't got a Hayford to show you, but what I do have, for those who don't know, I mean, it was a beast. It was a giant beast, this thing. The Handley Page Hayford got its name from Upper Hayford, where it was created. But look at this. Look at that. Look at this. It's amazing. Look at the dustbin turret at the bottom there. Can you see it? Sorry, look at that. Look at it. I mean, we're talking about, you know, engines that were sort of around the 500-600 horsepower mark, and you know, it kind of broke, you know, it led to the development in the end of the likes of the Bristol Pegasus. That was kind of like the turning point where the Air Ministry had specifications, and they wanted to do away with these with the less powerful engine. And it's amazing to think of the evolution. You know, when I was talking about the sound mirrors, the sound horns, as aircraft got better, faster, our sound mirrors were dire. You know, the faster aircraft got. Luckily, Robert Watson Watt created just in time, just in time the chain home. Luckily, he created that. And you know, with the the backing of Dowding, things could have been a little bit different, is what I'm saying. But it's amazing how, you know, things change and technology changes and stuff. It's actually quite remarkable when you think of it like that. It really is. But there you go. That's history for you, eh? But so 38 Squadron were flying the Hendon bombers. They transferred to Hendon bombers, and then from the B flight, because you may hear B flight, C flight. Squadrons did have like a B flight as well as the main squadron and a C flight, and sometimes you get some of the C flights transforming into like a trading unit as well. But that spawned into the B flight of 38 reformed as 115 Squadron. Now, I love 115 because Ted flew with them, and they're flying today at RAF Wittering, training the latest and greatest airmen for the future. It is indeed the Grob Tutor aircraft, and of course it's the Tutor display team's home as well, RAF Wittering. But they transferred to Handley Page Harrows. Now, here's another thing as well that I picked up on. You know, this is before the Second World War now. All right, we're getting close to the Second World War. Because by the time April 1939 and of course 1938 we're nearly there. But if you have a look at the aircraft, like at the Harrow, the Wellingtons that come out in 1938, you will notice numbers on the side, not letters, because 115 Squadron on their Wellington, on their Hendon, had 115, and other squadrons adapted this as well. And the problem is with that, when there was reconnaissance aircraft coming, it was a bit of a giveaway. 115 on there. It's 115 Squadron. So it was an obvious identity, you know, and it was such a security issue. So they scrapped that and come up with the 2-digit, you know, the 2-letter system that we have. All right. So there you go. So Kilo, Oscar. Eventually became 115's markings, 149, they weren't here, but you had GB with 105, there's lots, they have to kind of remember them. 149 had OJ, EM for 207, 617 had AJ until they had the Grand Slam on there. When 617 were operating the Grand Slam, they changed to Yankee Zulu, but these you have to remember, and that's the reason why they changed it, for security reasons. But by April 1939, so a few months before the outbreak of the war, both squadrons received the world's fastest assembled bomber and the RAF's most produced bomber, 11,461, or 62 if you want to count the prototype, made in 16 main variants. The first mark was the Bristol Pegasus, doing away with the Kestrel engines, Rolls-Royce Kestrel. They wanted to go up to 1,000 horsepower, and they did just that. It was indeed the Wellington bomber. I'll just quickly show you our Wellington bomber here. Look at this. Oh yeah, there's our Wellington bomber with the geodetic airframe. You can see a little, I love what they've done with the window here to show you the geodetic airframe. Geodetic, a bit like the chain link fence. A world record breaker in assembly. They actually assembled one of these and broke a world record, assembled and flew it in 24 hours. You know, it could reach an altitude of 20,000 feet service ceiling, about 245 miles per hour. By the time it got to the Mark III. The Mark II had a Merlin engine, and the Mark III onwards were having I think there was a Pratt & Whitney version, I think, not 100% sure, but Mark III onwards, they started to use the 1,500 horsepower Bristol Hercules engines. It could take 450 pounds of bombs, and it had a really good reputation. There's some that had this massive disc around it. If you ever have a look at that, that's for laying mines out at sea. It had a good reputation. The Wellington. It lasted throughout the war, and it was the most produced bomber of the Royal Air Force, the Vickers Wellington bomber. Beautiful aircraft, and like I said, the only negative side, it's not a negative, it's to do with evolution of technology. It was a twin engine, all right, but then again, the Luftwaffe were if you look, it's very rare to see a 4-engine bomber of the Luftwaffe. But anyway, the Wellington was here, a great bomber of the Second World War that entered and took part. It had a good reputation. In fact, 599 of those were used in the 1,000 bomber raids of the 1,047 or so that were used. So, the Wellington bomber served here. And in 1940, 218 Squadron moved to Marham as well, also operating the Wellingtons. And they eventually transitioned to the RAF's first ever 4-engine bomber, which I'll quickly show you. It was indeed the Short Stirling bomber. There it is, our Short Stirling bomber. There we go. So this is the Royal Air Force's first ever 4-engine monoplane bomber. And we were speaking about angle of attack, and you'll notice it's nearly, well, if you put it into perspective, it's nearly 7 feet off the ground. It was developed by the Short brothers. I love this aircraft for a few reasons, because the design, how it got here, this wasn't going to be the first ever 4-engine bomber. It was actually the Supermarine 317. Now, the Supermarine 317 was going to be an amazing bomber. There were 2 prototypes made. It was going to have all sorts of engines, from a Merlin 20 to the Bristol Hercules, 4 engines of 1,500 horsepower. That would have been nice. There was also a it looks like, on the prototype, it looks like a B-17 sort of, all right, with a single tail. It was proposed to have a speed of over 300 miles per hour, a good range. It could take all the bombs. But hey, there we go. But the reason why that didn't make it is there were two unfortunate events. One, the two prototypes were damaged in a raid. So Luftwaffe bombed the factory and happened to destroy the two only prototypes. So you can't propose something to the Air Ministry if you don't have a prototype. Fail. And sadly, R.J. Mitchell, the main designer of Supermarine, sadly passed away. So this was given to the Short brothers, who developed this 99-foot wingspan and a beast of an aircraft. It could take 14,000 pound of payload in its massive fuselage, in the weapons bay, sorry. And it also had two little compartments here, one here and one here for more bombs. A slight issue there was the fact that they built these dividers. There were two dividers in the weapons bay, and you could only fit a 2,000 pound bomb in there as a maximum what you can stack it with. The RAF were making 4,000 pounder, 6, 8,000, 12,000, 22,000 pounders. They weren't going to it wasn't going to cope with that. Now, it's really interesting because it was that difficult that they didn't do anything with it. And there's a few feats of events. So first of all, it was developed from the Short Sunderland, and you can see some distinctive features from the Sunderland, but with the disappearance of the lower deck, that was cut away. This section is still the same for the sea spray. In fact, most aircraft have this, like the C-130s have this ridge here, but I guess that's for the ramp, right? So yeah, it was long, and the design, when fully loaded and fully fueled, in fact, it was struggling to take off. That's why it's got such a high angle of attack. And what the Short brothers did, can you see the angle of the wings to give it an even more lift from the angle of attack? They adjusted the wing angle there. It's amazing. But sadly, it could only get a maximum altitude, even if it tried, at 17,000 feet. Now, if you're going to go through the Alps, that's going to be a bit of a bumpy ride. You'd have to go through it, whereas the likes of the Halifax and the Halifax and the Lancasters, 24,000 feet, B-17s higher than that. You're gonna go over the Alps, but it became a bomber. They realised it was struggling, and it became the bomber that didn't bomb. It was used to tow aircraft, so from Fairford. They used these to tow the gliders, the Horsa glider for D-Day. It was doing SOE, dropping special agents as well. So they had a special door to drop the... because it did have the capability to be a transport aircraft as well. It was dropping windows like chaff, dispensing chaff to full enemy radars. So it became known as the bomber that didn't bomb. But it did have a trick up its sleeve. It was able to outmaneuver the likes of the BF-110s. Here's our BF-110. Look at that. It was able to outmaneuver the likes of these. Because of its stubby wings, it was able to literally turn away. And Lancasters certainly couldn't do that. Heavy bombers couldn't do it. So it was able. A few of these managed to pick a few of our RAF training aircraft, night fighters here. Sadly, we've had a few losses here from the BF-110s, night fighters that were picking off practice diversion flights and aircraft that were coming back. Sadly, that's combat for you. But there you go. So we had the first ever 4-engine bomber here of the Royal Air Force, and Marham was getting busy. And in 1941, it was 105 Squadron that arrived with the beautiful Merlin-powered Mosquito. And Marham became also a Pathfinder force and tested out the Oboe precision bombing aid. And Marham was also home to 1655 Mosquito training unit. That was between 42 and 43. And also operating the Mosquito was a secret unit, 1418 Flight, who were a bombing development unit. Now, I've got a little Mosquito here. I can hear another startup, talk history, get aircraft. Hopefully that's going to result into departure. Let me go and get the Mosquito for you, and I'll talk to you a little bit about a special raid that they were doing. What I'll do, I'll turn the camera around so you get a good idea of de Havilland Mosquito. Normally I'll go through all the history of the Mosquito and and how the Air Ministry, but I'm going to give you a little bit of background. Geoffrey de Havilland kept going with this. You know, technology is all about advancing. And then when de Havilland, even though his DH-88 Comet won the Mac Robertson air race in 1934, yep, an air race, can you imagine that? Mildenhall to Melbourne race, yeah. It was all made out of wood, all right? He had his, I think it was the Gypsy engine, was it? And he won, and it was made out of wood. When he then turned around and proposed a bomber to the Air Ministry and said it's made out of wood, they were like, what? Excuse me, but we're going forward in technology? They actually thought he was crazy or, you know, regressing in technology, but this became the first ever multi-role aircraft in the world. First ever multi-role. There it was, the Mosquito. I've said that as a claim. I'll say it, but I believe it was. And what a beautiful aircraft. And the thing is, Pathfinder Force, if you don't know what that is, it's dropping. They didn't just use Mosquitoes for Pathfinder Forces. They used other aircraft, such as the Lancaster. They dropped flares on the ground. They were in front of the bomber stream, so these had to be mega accurate. So they used the oboe and the G equipment. And was it B-17s? Was it? Oh gosh, I forgot the name. Is it Norden? Anyway, but that's different aircraft. They were dropping flares. What I discovered, Germany were also, when they saw the flares, there was a dispersing team that would try to put out the flares from these. So what happens? The flares drop on the target, and the Lancasters, for example, would drop the bombs on the flares, all right, is an idea of being more accurate. That was the idea behind it. But I know I know the idea of the RAF switching from the Augsburg raid on the 17th of April 1942, the idea of bombing at night, and, you know, that idea of the US Army Air Force bombing by day. The RAF did do some bombing by day as well, and nuisance raids. It wasn't a complete, that's the end of night bombing. They did do some, sorry, that's the end of day bombing. They did do some, because at the end of the day, bombing at night faced its challenges as well, and bombing by night, the Luftwaffe used the Knickerbein, the X-Urat and the Y-Urat, which I've explained about the Battle of the Beams in our New Year's, our Christmas special. Was it New Year's special? But let's have a look at our. Let's have a look at what happened here at Marham with one of these, because I've got an amazing story to tell you that happened here from RAF Marham. And, you know, it was on the 30th of January 1943. Germany was celebrating and holding special rallies. Why that date? Because it was the 10th anniversary of Hitler's rise to power. Reich Marshal Hermann Göring was to deliver a special broadcast via radio, Third Reich at 1100 from the Air Ministry building. And it was a special day for Göring, and the Reich Minister Josef Goebbels, addressing thousands and thousands of crowds assembled at the Schoneberg Sportspalast in Berlin's biggest indoor sports stadium. Meanwhile, back at Marham, they had other ideas. Marham is if you want to spoil a party, you come here, you come to Marham and you organise it, because they prepared a daylight bombing raid. I mean, Marham is the place. And at 8:45 in the morning, 3 de Havilland Mosquitoes of 105 Squadron took off from Marham, bound for Berlin. Yeah, in daylight. La la la. And they were led by Squadron Leader Reggie Reynolds, DFC, with his navigator pilot, Officer Ted Daisy Sizemore. Is that on the move? Sounds like it, doesn't it? And they were flying Mosquito DZ-423 in formation. With him were Flight Lieutenant John Flash Gordon, what a name, and Flying Officer Ralph Hayes in DZ-408, and Flying Officer Tony Wickham with his navigator, Pilot Officer Bill Mackin in DZ-372. Now, the 3 Mosquitoes flew at wave-top height across the North Sea before climbing up to 25,000 feet in and out of clouds, and they met no opposition. As they approached Berlin, they emerged into the clear skies, and then they descended low level. Now, they went in for the run, in for the target, which was the Haus der Rundfunks, headquarters of the German state broadcasting company. Now, despite having flown some 500 miles of difficult weather, they were exactly on time, RAF innit. And as Goering began to speak, the air raid warning sounded in Berlin. Anti-aircraft guns started to blast away, and the sound of Merlin engines and their exploding 500-pound bombs could be heard, and the broadcast engineers had to shut the transmission down. Poor Goering. And listeners instead were treated to scratchy recordings of classical music for over an hour. Hope it was Mozart. Before an apparently furious Goering was able to return to the microphone. The bombing was inaccurate, did little damage, but the effect was exactly what Marham had hoped for. These 3 Mosquitoes came back, but sadly they went on for a second one, and at 13:25 in the afternoon, just before 105 Squadron crews from the morning raid returned. 3 more from 139 Jamaica Squadron. They took off from Marham, but sadly, after the bombing had again completely after a second raid, sadly on the way back, one of the Mosquitoes was sadly lost. It was hit by enemy flak. Now let me just have a quick look. 2 seconds. Yeah, so yeah, the radio broadcasting engineers stayed with Goebbels while they were on that second raid, and they just carried on with it, but in the background it was just blasting away. It was DZ-367 that was hit by flak and crashed, killing both the crew, squadron leader Donald Darling, DFC, and flying officer Bill Wright. Now they sit today side by side in the Berlin 1939-45 Commonwealth War Cemetery. Come on, Marham. Let's have ya. So Marham was eventually chosen to become a very heavy bomber base after the war, and it closed its airfield along with Lakenheath and Sculthorpe, and it was expanded to have 3 longer runways in the Class A configuration, hardened runways. And it closed its hangars March 1944, and it went right through to the war. And in 1946, testing out the new runways were Lancasters of the Royal Air Force and B-17s that were modified, B-29s of the US Air Force, Army Air Force. And that was during Project Ruby. So Marham had B-50s here, B-29s that were present, along with the 2nd and the 307th Bomb Group, who eventually made their way to Lakenheath, which we mentioned yesterday. On the 22nd of March 1950, 4 of the 70 Boeing Washington B-1s arrived at Marham, until finally the Marham's first ever jet aircraft arrived, the English Electric Canberra, when eventually the Vickers Valiant and the Handley Page Victor made Marham a home. And it was part of the V-Force, and the Victors, however, were converted to the tanker role, which really put the Royal Air Force into the era of air-to-air refuelling. 55 and 57 squadrons were operating the aircraft. And I have to admit, I always forget how beautiful this one. Look at it. Look how beautiful this aircraft is. Oh my word. The Handley Page Victor. I just forget how. I always forget how beautiful it looks. It really is. Just for those asking about the tanker above me, it is the visibility is awful above the cloud base, but there it is. And you know, Marham played a crucial role as well with the Victors in the most complex and longest bombing raid in history at that time, of course, providing air-to-air refueling for not only the Vulcan bomber, which had literally been brought back to life because it was about to be retired, but to refuel themselves to get enough fuel for the Vulcan to raid Port Stanley in Operation Black Buck. Now, on the 2nd of April 1982, Argentina invaded the British islands of the Falklands. Now, the mission was to disable the airfield at Port Stanley, and the idea behind that is to prevent the Argentine fighter jets from using that airfield, because if they got their tyres and their aircraft on there, then things could have been a little bit different. So this would mean literally a lot more higher advantage for air superiority and a bigger threat to the British fleet. So the problem was that the Falklands was so far away. I mean, we're talking about an 8,000 mile trip, a round trip. Now, the Vulcan bomber had bits all over the place. It was nearly retired from refueling probes used as ashtrays, but it had a range only of, well, I say only, it's quite good, had a range of 2,607 miles, and it was really, let's face it, it was designed to drop, you know, pinpoint accuracy wasn't really its thing. Have a think about what I'm trying to say here. You know, if you're a little bit out, you know, with what it's supposed to be dropping, like the Blue Danube, you know, you don't have to be pinpoint. But we're talking about a runway here. But anyway, so with a £5 calculator and using very technical refueling plan with 13 Victors from Marham, I'm going to show you what it looked like. Now, of course, they went to the Ascension Islands first, and it was from there that they did this raid. It's called the Black Buck Raids. Come on, Marham, taxi me up. Oh my gosh, it's taxiing. Come on. I'll show you the Black Buck raid in a moment. Yay. Oh yeah, hang on. Oop, I'm getting a bit excited. Nikos, calm down. Calm down, Nikos. Can I just say, long live Sharky, by the way. Long live the legend Sharky, a legend from the Falklands. Sharky! Bless him, rest in peace. The legend that is DSCAFC Nigel David, Commander Nigel David Sharky McCartan Ward, the legend who sadly passed away in 2024, a legend from the Falklands. I've actually drawn a sketch of what a Black Buck raid looked like, using the 13 Victors and 2 Vulcans, obviously a 13th Victor being a spare, along with the 2nd Vulcan being a spare or a reserve. see the one at the moment. Well, we do. I put it on the tripod because I was hoping that they'd wave. Right, the weather's really changed now, hasn't it? Does that say ZM145? That's the same as my model, isn't it? Yeah, the weather has turned into an ice box at the minute, but I'll obviously carrying on the legacy of or the tradition of talking history, get aircraft. It's good. Definitely changed now. It's ice cold. So we're coming up to, well, it's just gone 11:45 here in the UK. So it's now registering at 0 degrees Celsius, so I'll just need to be mindful of that so I don't freeze to well, it's been a good day. It's been a good day. So we've got 2 F-35Bs about to depart. Welcome to the show, by the way. Thanks for joining us today. And if you haven't done so already, do support the channel. Your checklist is you've been cleared to vertically land on the like button. Do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. So in just a moment we'll have our 2 F-35Bs, all being well. Hopefully there's no issues. This is runway 01 and 19. They can use it for training and simulating a carrier on here. It's made of asphalt. Temperature really dropping now, so we'll see what we're going to do. Wow, it's extremely sharp out here. Just a little bit of a delay with the departure clearance. I'm just trying to keep warm here. Come on, Marham. Very good point. Don't forget to check out Marham's Heritage Centre, Marham Aviation Heritage Centre. Do check out the website. I can't remember if it's open Tuesday and Wednesday and the last Saturday of every month, but do go online and do check their opening times. Oh, I'm not sure what the delay is, unfortunately. But I'm waiting for the bang. Hope nothing's gone wrong down there. Let's turn that on, see what's going on.
Speed, rotor, air. Horizontal error is 6,345 feet. Not insignificant. I don't understand what's happening with this jet.
Oh dear. I think the aircraft is having issues, which is well, actually for me, I may even have to terminate my my day sooner than expected. It is a little bit cold out here. Lake and Heath above us, I think. Tim Good, Shorty Boy, how you doing? Aspen, Alan Q, Wendy loves planes, Margot, the Fastig, Stuart Skeggs, how you doing? Michelle Davey, Remco, Perez, Mattman Bush, how you doing? How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? I'm just gonna run my van on a minute just to get a bit of warmth. It's a little bit horrible out here. Oh no, it's coming back. I think. I think I can hear it. So one of the aircraft have got it's clearly got an issue, I believe. So we're going to have to hang tight and ride this out. I'm not sure if one of them's going to go out and get the other one back. Oh, the other one is coming back. We can hear it now. So unfortunately, that's that plan done. But we may get the one going out on its own. Let's have a look what we got. Oh dear. These things happen, unfortunately. Well, that's unfortunate. These things happen, but you know, if it ain't right, don't take the flight. That's what, you know, safety first. Those pigs are getting a bit excited, aren't they? Take care, Aspen. See you soon, man. Yeah, just having a quick cup of tea. Right, so what I'll do, I'll just talk to you a little bit about the before we finish up, because it's a little bit challenging out here, to say the least, with the temperatures dropping. But I will show you, as promised, the the Black Buck raids. Now the Black Buck raids were 7 extremely long-range strikes during the 1982 Falklands War, and operation from the Royal Air Force using Vulcan bombers of RAF Waddington 44, 50 and 101 squadrons, along with RAF Marham's Handley Page Victors, 13 of them in any one raid, and that was the names of and the first raid was indeed successful. The target was to destroy the runway so that the Argentine Air Force would not be able to utilize that and take a air superiority, and to cause more threat to the British fleets that were there. So to put that into perspective, I'll show you what that would have looked like with my little drawing that I got here. Let's have a look. Now, I'll try not to get myself all cross-eyed with it, because it can be a little bit testing. If I can find it, then we'll talk you through it a little bit. I know I keep saying I'm going to do this, but I keep forgetting, so silly me. There is one little, I think there's a tiny error. Oh, it's not an error, I can just add it on. I've just forgotten, but the Black Buck raids using the 13 Victors. This is what a Black Buck raid. Here we go, listen up, this is your briefing room here. So this is the, right, so this is the briefing room then for the, for the Black Buck raid. Okay, so the 13th Victor was a spare. All right, and of course the 2 Vulcans, one was a spare that went back. Now, basically, just quickly, to get a Vulcan to bomb Stanley, the runway there, had to be refueled 6 times using a Victor. However, you needed 10 here, 2 here, and a spare. Let's forget about the reserve. It did well, it went up to here and turned back. They were coded into flights red, white, and blue. Can't remember what way round it is. Again, keep saying I'm going to do it. I never do, but I've kept trying to keep it as simple as possible. These little targets, they're refueling points, air-to-air refueling, and that arrow tells you that that aircraft turned away. So, for example, this is quite an easy one. These 2 Victors, this one refuels that one and then heads for home. And that's it for that one. That's all it needed to do. The first refueling, which was enough to get it all the way here to meet the Vulcan, to refuel it one last time before heading back. How amazing is that? Let's have a look at these 10 here. Let's take this one of this flight of 10 here. This Victor goes over here to refuel it, the Vulcan, for the first time. This one here, the first 5 at the back, that one there. Refuels the Vulcan, gets back in line, carries on, all right, goes over here, refuels this one, and lets that one carry on. This Victor refuels the Vulcan for the 4th time, comes back, refuels that Victor, and the other one heads for home. Did you get that? Started off with 10, okay, then left with 6, 6 became 3, 3 became 2, 2 became 1, and there you go. How amazing, a round trip of nearly 7,800 miles, call it 8,000. And, you know, the issues with that, they did encounter some issues. One, a lot more down to, sorry for the pun, a lot more down to earth. They didn't have any South Atlantic maps, you know, so they basically used the North Atlantic and just turned it upside down. That was true story there. Consumption as well were a little bit higher than expected. And on another Black Buck raid, one of the Victors had the refueling probe snap on the last 2 that I showed you, but they had to just literally swap positions. So there we go. And then there was a new era for Marham as well, because of course Marham is, I wonder if that started up again and will go out on its own. But Marham, of course, was home to the Tornado GR1. It was delivered to Marham. ZA601 was the first ever Tornado on the 24th of April 1982. Came from BAE Walton Aerodrome, and in preparation for the reformation of 617 Dambusters Squadron, which stood up on the 1st of January 1983. So 617 today, flying the F-35B, flying in 1943 the Avro Lancaster, today flying the F-35B. But this also, they were joined by 27 Squadron, which reformed at Marham on the 12th of August 1983. 27 Squadron today flying the Chinook at RAF Odeum. I always find that strange to get into my head. They went from Chinook, they went from Tornado to Chinook. But there you go. Number 57 Squadron disbanded at Marham on the 30th of June 1986, leaving 55 Squadron as the last Victor K2 unit at the base as number 55 Squadron, the last of the RAF Victor Squadrons, which disbanded at Marham on the in October 1993. So the last Victor to leave was departed in November. Now, while the Tornado legacy began at Marham and the Victors coming to an end, the Canberras was still going, from the 50s. I mean, it was in December 1993, 39, number 1 Photographic Reconnaissance Unit Squadron arrived at Marham with its Canberra PR7s and PR9s, and that was from RAF Whitton. That lasted until 31st of July 2006, ending 52 years of Canberra operations at Marham. And I'd love to get a model of a Canberra. I need to try and get hold of one because it has a strong legacy here. And you can see the Canberra gate guard at RAF Whitton just off the main road. And then, of course, another change of era. In 2018, 617 Squadron Dambusters arrived at RAF Marham as the first F-35B UK Lightning Squadron. 207 Squadron followed in 2019, and 809 Naval Air Squadron stood up at Marham December 2023. And finally, the beloved Tornado GR4 retired in 2019 after nearly 4 decades of being in operation and keeping the UK and fellow allies safe with the beloved Tornado, which was indeed my favourite when I was a kid. But there we go. So that legacy ended there, sadly. And a little fun fact: the Royal Air Force do not call it a Lightning II. There you go. Why is this? They just omit the 2. It's not a Lightning III. It's an F-35B Lightning, and that's common anyway for aircraft around different air forces around the world. They do designate it as different things. The RAF's Typhoon is a Typhoon FGR4. In Italy, it's the F-2000A Typhon. In Germany, it's the Eurofighter EF-2000, so on and so on. There is actually a little fun reason, and I'll leave you with a little takeaway. There is a fun reason why they do not call it a Lightning II. How are we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Because it is indeed the Royal Air Force's third Lightning. So the RAF ordered P-38 Lightnings, but it wasn't as good as what they thought because they requested a few modifications. The US Army Air Force's P-38s, they had contra-rotating, or it's probably the right word, counter-rotating propellers. The Royal Air Force, I think they wanted it to go to one side, because it was a twin boom fuselage. It was missing, I think, the turbochargers, and it was just not powerful enough. That was the first Lightning. There were a few with Royal Air Force markings, and they just said no thank you and cancelled all the rest of them. There was about 2 or 3 in production. So that was their first Lightning. Okay, it didn't go operational, but they certainly had it in their inventory. The next one, of course, is the English Electric Lightning in the 60s, and then the third one here. And so there we go. So, that's 2018, we have a third Lightning, but they just omit the 2. And I came across, and bless them, they did reply. I came across this Airfix box. It was past and present, and it's got an F-35B, and I can't remember what it was. Was it a Spitfire or a Hurricane? I can't remember what it was. Or was it a Lancaster? I actually can't remember. It was past and present, but it had, because it was Royal Air Force themed, it had past and present of the Royal Air Force F-35B Lightning II. So I turned around and sent a little email. I just wondered, because I just wanted to, touch base. Have they made a mistake? And they said no, they are aware of this is Airfix. They said they are aware of it. It's just for trademark purposes they had to have the 2 on there, because if you look at the 2 where it's got Lightning 2, it does actually have the Circle R. So there you go, a fun fact for you. So I don't know what's happening with this F-35B at the moment. But I love stuff like that. I love little quirky little things like that. They make life fun when you get little things like this, when you come across, you know, good things like this, isn't it? Oh, hello. Goodness me, they're a little bit rowdy today, aren't they? Might have a quick sarnie. Have a quick sandwich, Ted, before we go, before we rack up and knock it off. Getting a bit excited, huh? Mark Moody, how you doing? Hope you're good. Mark Moody, how you doing? Hope you're good. Right. Some of the bits away. Cup of tea, and I think that would be it. We're going to call it a day. It's pretty nasty out there, I think. Right, ladies and teddy bears, it's absolutely freezing out here, so we're going to call it a day. I'm going to go and get in the warm. Doesn't seem to be anything else that's looking like, I mean, that's looking a bit emotional over there, doesn't it? What a nice cup of tea here anyway. Mark Moody, how you doing everyone as well? Leah, not Captain Weber, how you doing Katie? Dieter, Joshua, Aryan, Tim Gooch, MC Mark, Recordesk, how you doing as well? Oi oi to you. Williams, how you doing as well? Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'll finish this cup of tea and then we'll call it a day. How's that? Just enjoy the noise of that wonderful aircraft, just you can hear. I think it's the F-35B. I think it's just doing some BFM or general handling. Sorry, general handling. I mean, it's been good fun. It's always good fun. No matter what we get, even one aircraft, it's always good. We enjoy it. We had few low approaches. And of course the vertical landing, a couple of departures. There you go. I mean, visibility for anything on the overhead isn't that great either. So they were supposed to be going out as a 2-ship, but depending on what they were going to do, I'm wondering if that's our aircraft that we can hear above high and dry. I can just I can find out, one sec, if that is it. Let me just put this in. No worries, Sarah. Andy Barker or Andy Baker, or it's Andy BAKR. So my batteries are dead on here, and I've lost my charger for this as well, which is not good.
Terminal information code.
Yeah. Found some batteries at work. There we go. Teddy. Yeah, so that's our F-35B, I believe. The one you can hear. At the end of the day, if our lead flight, not sure if they were 617 Squadron, so not the OCU. So 1,000 likes. Thank you so much, Davey. Thank you for letting me know. That's amazing. That, again, I've always said this, you know, we can just get no movement all day and we can always have fun on this channel. It's really good. Yes, we're here for bears and planes, but it's an amazing community. I'll give you as much history as possible. how things work, how the F-35B flies, etc., how it floats around. But there we go. So yep, you're all welcome. I mean, that vertical landing was, you know, it's always worth seeing that. Always worth seeing that. Okay, right, let's just pop that there before we finish up for the day. Let's just remove this cover quickly before we finish up. And Ted will just do his goodbyes before we finish up. You never know, might come back into land just as we finish. That'd be nice, a nice little surprise. They're usually out for 90 minutes, but if it's had air-to-air refueling, then it's going to be on for a bit longer. Margot, Guards March, thank you very much for your super sticker. And Tim Gooch, high five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Thanks, Gucci. Kevin L as well, thanks for your 16 months membership. Jan Clark with 19 months membership and part of our fighter squadron, 19 months. What a fab channel. Thanks, Nikos, Claire Spannerflight, and all the members. Guards March, thank you so much. Andy Stanley, thank you as well with 18 months membership. Excellent videography, knowledge, and great community. Thanks, Nikos, Claire, Spanner Crew, and of course the Bears. Thank you very much. Roger Payne with 26-month membership. Many thanks to all you do, TCS crew. Thank you very much. Double Daggy, congratulations on 6 months. Nice. Oi, oi, oi. Ken Brooks with 5 months membership, wishing everyone a happy and healthy new year. Wishing that back as well. Happy new year to you. And we've also got right next to the button there that I can't press, Recordesk, thank you very much as well for your super sticker. Guards March. So here we are at RAF Marham, finishing up for the day, knocking off, knock it off, knock it off. So yeah, we're gonna, I mean, you can see all there's our little friends over there. Yeah, so all is good. Lady Sheds Teddy Bears wasn't busy, but we had fun and we saw a vertical landing. That's great. That's gold. That's like a PTO or a quick climb. You know, have it as you will, because it's always amazing to see that. Lady Sheds Teddy Bears, again, thank you for joining us. Tomorrow, looking a bit unlikely, I'm afraid, due to the weather. There's some savage weather coming this way. In fact, it'll be here in a few hours actually as well for the rest of the UK, or this part of the country anyway. Listen, stay safe out there wherever you are in the world. Hope you're all good. But just quickly, RAF Marham, thank you for today. They've been awesome. They've been absolutely brilliant. And our fans and viewers as well, thank you so much to our fans and members. Thanks for supporting the channel like you do, even with just one vertical landing. Been a couple of movements today. We've had low approaches and a vertical landing and 2 takeoffs and a couple of coming back on taxi for yeah, there we go. Right, we're checking out, aren't we, Ted? Right, knock it off, knock it off. Have a good time. See you soon. Wish you well then, innit? Hey, my name's Nikos, cameraman, historian and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here in Norfolk and RAF Marham. So for the last time for today, it is, and possibly for the week. I don't think we're streaming tomorrow. We're not sure. We're going to have a look at the weather, but it's not looking good. So for the last time for today, it is. See you soon. Wish you well. Take care. See ya. Don't lose that beret in here, Ted. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.